Sveiki, gerbėmieji. Amazing boss fight, нахуй, пипидео, блядь. Здорово, Василик, здорово. Dėkui, šuniukai, sveikais ir tavo.
I owe you once more for saving my rump. My belly's not too vile, is it? I'm not a meat eater after all. I hope it didn't repulse you. Well, you fetched it. It wasn't all that bad, eh? Now that Wukong's armor set is complete, we should go to Water Curtain Cave. Come with me.
With the game still deadlocked, it's time for something new.
Anybody else see?
do you come from, outsider? In my realm, all monkeys are of similar face and shape. Your face speaks of a different breed, and an ugly one. You must be a Yaogwai from another land.
I've never ventured here since that journey. Nothing's changed after so many years. He said this and told me to kneel. Right here on this seat.
Ah, here it is. I knew it. Wukong is tight-fisted, even Wğıy̱ agrees so. He kept it here so it could be passed down to another one of his kind. Now it's time for you to try it, kid. Once you have this, there's no turning back. Now, you look exactly like Wukong. You're all set, kid. You look like a fierce warrior. Come with me. Let's find out what that old monkey is up to. Guys, just ahead. Let's be on our way.
In his steps you've trod, from his eyes you've seen. The circle has led you back. Have you gleaned any truths? Long has an old friend waited for you. Destiny ripens. This last mural holds the key. Go forth. No one sees this myth more clearly than him.
Tipo turėtų būti vienas iš sunkiausių bossų šitoj vietoj. Taip saka, ladies and gentlemen.
Shame I must greet you in this bitter cold without a hearty drink. It's no easy feat getting here. I know you didn't come to keep me company. In your heart there must be something you can't get over. Or someone you can't let go of. Same goes for me. I can't kill that monkey. No one can. Except himself. But at last, I see. This is the only way. He had no choice. And neither did I.
Haunt the path of triumph!
I was just wondering, is our fight here and now part of this plan?
you can't evade. This! Mistakes teach us best. Will you fall for it again?
So much for today's gift. Do have some of this spark.
That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight!
Trust me, I know it more. So much for today's gift. Immortality.
Power of yin and yang!
Years I wait. Now, let's have it! Somehow seeing you. Do have some of the spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! My sword spans the 9 skies, swifter than shooting stars. I'll shake the stars in the sky. My blade bolts the air and rouses the thunder. You were more cards before me. Fine. I'll show you. In his stead! Craft cloaked in cool. Bright truth and shade, fair trees and foul. You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see your power diverge from his. Trust me, I know it more.
Die bedeelt ook een bos samelen.
May Lord Lao illuminate your path, brave one. How astounding it is, the 5 skandhas about abstract notions. Might I? Seek from within to ascend. Seek from without to craft pills. A wondrous marvel of the universe. Mine eyes doth see the Tao from the confines of my pills are reliable, but be wiser than relying solely on them. uncover the secrets of sky and earth, and thou shalt have pills. All things can be my material, yet I choose the rarest few. No shame in taking the pills. More unfair are the innate skills.
A monkey reaps what he sows. With no... leaving so soon? Who is it?
What rags and tatters. No wonder you're at my door. All you lean on is a thick skull.
Self-refinement is the way to make golden pills. What say you, brave one? The world is a furnace, and we are... Many are bent on seeking shortcuts, hence pilgrim.
just best. When you fall, for it again! Thou of purity! Unleash your might! Failed to strike true. That is futile. So much for the bay. Immortality. Have some of this spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! Gale Swift and Shadow Step. Thunder in my skin and lightning. Trust me, I know.
Come, William.
Before me. Fire player. Even stars shake. My rock. Craft cloak and creed, bright truth and shade,
Fair fused with foul. Small counters grand. Thunder be my skin, and lightning my heart! The world is cruel, and destiny unfair. Do you? You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see where your path diverges from his. I'll send you stars. You can't evade this! The world knows every stir of your mind. In my training days, my master told me a gate without hinges can't be opened. A cord without seams can't be undone. And now I see. Prison confinement is of our own divine! It's time to rest your weary self.
Time to go, but need...
Hey guys, it's Albertium back with another guide for Black Myth Wukong, and we're gonna be revisiting Erlang per popular demand. And you know how this goes. Before I even think about asking you to click that like or subscribe button for me, please allow me a chance to earn that from you. And with that being said, let's get in on this. Okay, here we go. The loadout is basically the same. The only difference is the transformation. We are using the red tides as opposed to azure dust, and from the very beginning you're gonna be popping your fan and immediately engaging with Erlang, because you do not wanna depend just on the fan to remove his shield. You wanna be putting on the pressure and just get him over the edge for phase 2. And phase 2 always starts the same way. It's going to be this giant axe. I like to run to my left side, roll, and then jump over the shockwave. Now this is your time to call in your trusty posse. It's all about keeping the pressure on him. Now it is also the time to use your focus points for that extra smashing damage. Now you should be focusing on getting behind him anytime you can, sometimes maybe even using the cloud step to do just that, especially if he is using some sort of an attack. Now when you do use your transformation, use it when he is being overwhelmed. This is the timing that is crucial. He is not going to be reacting. Also, transformations have corresponding transformations from him. This one yields that big tiger. Now this is the time we are gonna be using the septenary Heartfire pill. After the light show is over, well, you can actually do two things. You can use the stick spin to deflect everything. If you're not comfortable, you can use the cloud step to simply wait out for that landing devastating attack. And when this happens, it's time to call in the posse yet again. And you're basically gonna be repeating everything from step 2. Be mindful of your own HP, be positioning behind Erlang, maybe even try to immobilize him if he is under pressure, and that's pretty much going to be it until the posse runs out. And this is the time all of things are gonna be recharged. You're gonna have the Wandering Wğy, you're gonna be having the Plantain Fan. Now, I made a crucial, massive mistake here, and I still decided not to heal, but keep on the pressure, just to show you how effective this is. Guys, it's literally going to be simple. After a few tries, you absolutely are going to be devastated.
Stars rush the moon, and winds drive the clouds! I was just wondering, is our fight now all part of his plan? Some of the spark, young man. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! When it's too late! My sword spans the 9 stars, swifter than shooting stars! So much for today's gift of immortality. Oh, shake! Stars in the sky! My blade bolts the air and rouses the thunder!
Then just start over. If you can't evade, this!
You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he remained unscathed. It gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see where your heart diverges from his.
Thunder, be my skin, and lightning, my heart! Through the air, like a falling star!
Those in celestial ranks, many of them are below me, and few are like him. Back when he was around, he was the one. The world is full of death and fear. Survive, or fall soon if you're not. You made it this far. Now, show me what you're truly made of. You do have some of the spark.
That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! You will not cards before me. Tough fire player. I'll train. Stay! right to truth and shame. There's huge foul. Small counters grand.
You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see when the path diverges from his.
The world knows every stir of your mind.
King before, think of it as last life's end. What comes hereafter, this life's start.
Young monkey, now show me how far you can go! Thou of purity, unleash your might!
ghosts. Haunt the path of triumph. Somehow seeing you stirs memories I long lost. It's time to rest your weary self. My skin and lightning my heart. I'm not him, Telfro.
I'm going to show you a new way on how to beat Erlang. Just a few differences since the patch update. So I want to go into Cloud Step because he'll charge from a distance now, and then in Cloud Step you're going to cast the fan. Now immediately run up to him and hit him while you're in Cloud Step and complete 2 full sets of light attack combos where you finish with that big slam, fit in 2 of them, and as soon as you do that second slam, use your Parama bat. And Parama bat, I like to do at the start, stuns him, do the staff spin, push towards him, build up the focus points down the bottom there with the bar, and there you go, you got a full bar, and he's going to go into the next phase now. You may need to hit him a few more times to get the health bar here, where he'll go to the next phase. Now with the axe, run towards him with the lock on, the axe will miss, you automatically pan around with the camera, delay jump over the shockwave, and then you can hit him. Do the exact same thing, go into cloud step, this time keep drinking your gourd to build up your chi. I'll show my drinks and everything at the end. My fan's ready already. So while you're in cloud step, cast the fan, and again do the exact same thing. Hit him while you're in cloud step, complete 2 full sets of light attack combos. You finish with that big slam there. And straight after that second one, get ready for the next move. Always keep an eye out on what spells are going to become available. Now when his health gets to around this point, he's going to go into the next phase. So there's about 3 phases. Don't worry, they're all on the same health bar. So basically at this point now, he'll jump far away and he's going to shoot these lasers at you from a distance. So after that, he'll usually lunge towards you with his red electricity. So if you're having trouble dodging that, you can go into cloud step. So after these lasers, usually he's going to shoot these projectiles at you. You can strafe sideways running, otherwise I'm going to go into cloud step. I'll go for my decoy. Usually straight after that you'll see the electricity, the red one, and he'll lunge towards you, so be careful of that. He went for my decoy. So I'll hit him in cloud step again and see what spells are available. Now I'm just dodging away from his combos here to see what he does next. Now when you're mobilizing, just use the staff spin. That's going to build up your focus points again down the bottom. And what I'm going to do now is use my Apramata bat again, but as you can see, in the later phases that doesn't seem to last long, unless I just happen to use it at the wrong moment when he's doing an animation. So I like to use the Apramata bat at the very start of the fight. He's doing that move again with the projectiles, and he'll probably do that red electricity again. And this time he doesn't lunge towards you, but I've got enough for the fan because it chugs my gourd. The drinks and soaks that I'm using, the gourd I'm using builds up the chi, and my fan's ready already. And again, while he's staggered in that thing, do full 2 sets of light attack combos, and it's taken a lot of damage already. And I've got 3 focus points and a full bar. That does a lot more damage, a much more powerful slam with range. So it's just about done. At this point,
Good. Good.
red electricity again, and this time it doesn't lunge. So I like to use the Apramata bat at the very start of the fight. He's doing that move again with the projectile.
Today we're going to be going over how to get Wukong, and because I like to keep things short, sweet, and to the point and not waste anyone's time, I'm going to tell you mana potion or something for a mana potion or something like that. It just doesn't exist. The only way that you can regenerate mana, and that's the key here, is to rest. Now, if you want to get more mana, there's a lot of items. For instance, here's a pill that increases.
Hey guys, it's Wğ back with another one of these quick tip little videos, and after the last two that I made, and I'm gonna be linking those two at the end here, you might wanna check them out because they are So, I've explained what I'm equipping this particular weekend, in your wake, and if you make 2 of these and dodge for the 3rd time, even though you did not get hit, and it's a perfectly valid dodge, if it's not left behind a shadow of yourself, it is breaking the chain and you will not be getting any mana. So this really does beg the question, just how worth it is it? That means when you quick dodge does beg the question, just how worth it is it? Because I'm betting that, you are out of mana, but you have healing, you have, your HP and everything else. I am betting you can reach the next.
So many of us are, trying to defeat the Erlang, looking out for strategies. In most of the videos which I saw was the plaintive fan which we have. It's not actually, refilling. The key is actually not refilling. One of the reason is because most of them are not saying anything, because you need to, get this armor. So you need to put on this armor, which is golden embroidered shirt, which upon critical hits and defeats grants a small amount of key. Note that only upon critical hits, and that's the thing nobody's saying about. And it's not because of any pill that is increasing their key. I haven't defeated him yet, so I'm still trying to defeat him, and then I was just looking for tutorials. One of them I did notice was this part, which most of them are not saying anything. So that is one of the thing, and then you also have to practice it, I guess. The thing we have to check is that which staff has a critical hit chance. This has a 6%. This has a defense 10% of critical chance. That's 12% actually. That's good.
Alright, welcome back again to Black Myth Wukong. For this one, we have a very quick and very crazy glitch that you can do in the game right now to give you unlimited mana, allowing you to if you do want to use it. If this video does help you guys out, and if you are new, please drop a like on this video and remember to subscribe for more videos. Thank you all so much for that. Let's try to get 200 likes. So we are in game right now, and there's two things that you need, and you can pretty much get them at the start of the game. Let's go ahead and just go into the self-advanced, and you can go ahead and set spells. The first one you need is Cloud Step. You get this at the chapter 1. Okay, you pretty much get this right at the start of the game. Next up is you want to go to Reignite Sparks, and then you want to go to Staff Stances into Pillar Stance. You want to unlock this one right here called Sweeping Gale. Okay, pretty much you get this at the start of the game as well. Really, really easy. Let's go see on how to do this glitch. It's very simple. So all you need to do is get one heavy node in the bottom right. You can do this by obviously attacking an enemy. You can do this on pretty much any enemy. Okay, there we go. So now we have a node in the bottom right. Now what we need to do is this combination. Light attack, heavy attack, and then cloud step, and then spam your cloud step. When you land, you should be able to cloud step like that. Now you can go ahead and basically just spam your abilities just like this. Once you can do that, you pretty much know you have the glitch done. In the bottom left, it will use your mana, but don't worry about that. As soon as you have no mana, you could still use your abilities. I'll show you that right now. Here we go. Sorry for the clicking if you can hear clicking in the background. Okay, now we have no mana, but you can actually still use your abilities, and you can do that with your monkeys.
I was just wondering, is our fight here and now all part of this plan? No more spells. years I've waited. Now, let's you made it this far. Now, show me what you're truly. Trust me, I know what you want. The world is cold. Have some of the spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! It's too late! Thunder, be my skin, and lightning, my heart! Beg your pardon. You were more cards before me. Somehow seeing you, these memories I thought were long lost. Years I've waited. Now, let's have it! The world is cruel and destiny unfair. Do you? Some of his spark.
Здорово, Šiandien. Все geras?
That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! Even stars shake in my wrath. Stars in the sky, my blade bolts the air and rouses the thunder. You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see your path diverge from his. You were not cards before me. Get off the fire, player.
Bet tai žiūrėjant prikolo, tu nueidam, kur tu ten bandėjai, mes konkrečiai kokią nuorodą? Nes aš nuėjau, viską ten leidžia. Nes vienoj vietoje yra PayPalas, tik tai su kitoj tipo dar specialiai parašiau, kad kortelę dar tipo gali, žinai. Should be working this stuff for donation. No problem.
King before, think of it as last life's end. What comes hereafter, this life's start. Young monkey, now Show me how far you can go! It's too late! The world knows every stir of your mind. I'm not him.
Tas buvo sušertizavęs. Trykščių belekiek, palaikant šitą šūdą. Toks sunkus balsas, man. Tai šaibų gal nėra seniai. Turi leisti viskas normaliai seniai, ten viskas nustatyta. Neįmanoma, kad neleido. Šiaip, karočiai, jeigu ten kažkokio zip kodo prašo, blėt, bullshit. Tai tipo, belė kokio skaičių suvedi ir viskas, na. Čia aš irgi, tipo, ant prikolo dabar testą darau, blėt, ar tipo eina viską pasidaryti, o pats savo įmesiu euriuką, blėt. Just a moment, dėdė patikrins, kaip čia veikia sistema šitą, taip sakant. It's working or it's not working. Taip sakant. Tuoj pažiūrėsim, ne? Jeigu neveikia irgi biški bullshit, na. PayPalas tai easy, aš iškas čia. PayPalas tai no problem, always working, very good working. Nu, va, tuoj pabandysim, veikia ar ne, blin. Ladies and gentlemen. Блядь. Šis turėjo nutikti ar ne, blėt, jop tai man. Sikėlė, blėt, dėdė turėjo būt, ko čia, blėt, muzonas negroja pas dėdė, taip sakė. O my Jesus.
impurity! Unleash your might!
Somehow seem
can't evade this!
Life and death, as you see, I must. You made it this far.
You do have
some of his spark.
That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight!
Stars in the sky! My blade bolts the air and rouses the thunder! So much for the bear's immortality. Not half bad.
I'll train in his stead.
So many ghosts.
Hold the path of triumph.
You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see when thy blade from his.
Holy shit. Ну нахуй tokį bossą, блин. Čia mažiausiai reikės porą valandų pystis, kol dėdė galbūt išmoks kaip iki 3 fazės gerai atsilaikyti, taip sakant.
just want to get this out. Somehow seeing you stirs me. Do have some of this. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! So much for the bear of immortality. Clouds to foam, barriers about. Delight. The world is cruel, and destiny unfair. I know that. The world is cruel. So many ghosts want the path of triumph. Somehow seeing mistakes teach us best. When you fall for it again. How sluggish. Stars rush the moon, and winds drive the clouds. No more spells. Step forward, or you shall never outdo him. survive, or fall soon if you're not.
G'day everyone. Erlang is known to be one of the hardest to make him easier, and I'll go over those, but I think it's one of those fights where everyone's experience will be a little different, and everyone's going to struggle on slightly different things. So while we watch my kill video, I'll explain the boss's core mechanics, and I'll go over some general tips to arm you with as much information as you can to hopefully help you all get this boss down. I'll then go through my normal combo and ability breakdown in detail, because I know a lot of you watch my videos specifically for that. Alright, so the main thing that sets this boss apart from the others is his defense bar, which is this extra little white bar above his health. When this bar is active, the boss will parry your attacks if he's not in the middle of his own combo, which significantly reduces the damage you deal to him. If he parries more than about 3 light attacks in a row, he will often knock you back down with a bit of a counter in one of those mini cutscenes. Now after phase 1, while that defense bar is active, immobilize also won't work, he'll just wave it off like he did there. Rock Solid still works, so to speak, but he'll always retaliate with one of these big ground AoE attacks with his axe. With the defense bar active, he will also just sometimes dodge your heavy attacks. Although quick 4-point thrust stance heavy attacks can be used during his combos and he won't be able to dodge them. And if that wasn't enough, pretty much all the transformations you have will be deactivated if he hits you with basically anything. Alright, so his defense bar is bad for us.
We do full fiber broadband, so you can do live hyper optic, full fiber that's in your corner.
One's at the ready.
Swish and flick.
Dash stance are quite effective, as you see here, in chipping it away. You can also get into the habit of doing 3 light attacks into his parry every time. That chips away a decent amount. And then any spirits that do big stance damage will also go through it. Things like your Wandering Wight or your Earth Wolf. My recommendation is non-able. As you see here, after 3 light attacks, non-able will do 3 punches that do shockwaves and will take out a significant amount of that bar. Now once that bar breaks, you have 30 seconds or until the next phase to deal as much damage as you can. As you can see, he gets staggered quite a bit easier and a lot of your attacks will interrupt him. This is a great time to use Immobilize and heavy attacks if you need the damage, but mine will be overkill right now because he's about to transition at 75% health. So at 75%, like he's doing now, he's going to fly off up into the air and he's going to come flying back down with a huge axe. I'll show it again later in the combo breakdown, but basically you dodge to the left and forward and then you jump backwards to the right over that wave. Now if you're using non-able, this is a great spot to get a 4 light attack non-able in. 4 light attacks non-able and then get your finishing 5th in as well for a lot of decent damage. As soon as you finish that, you can use Cloud Step and go into casting your vessel from invisibility. Now the single biggest tool that you have to kill that defense bar is the Plantain Fan Vessel. In just a few seconds, as you see here, it will completely kill the entire defense bar. As soon as that's down, you want to use your heavy attacks and your immobilize and spamming with your spirit to do as much damage as you can, and you want to basically burn him down to 50% in this small window. You can afford to be a little reckless here, and you should, because you've only got a small window to really burn him down quickly, while your attacks are staggering him quite a bit. By doing this, you can basically skip the entirety of phase 2, going straight from 75% to 50% where he transitions into phase 3. When he flies off and does all these big light beams, this is the transition into phase 3. Again, I'll show you how to dodge this in my combo breakdown later. Basically though, don't move from where you start, and you need to dodge the 4th and the 6th beam. A single dodge input will suffice for each. And then when he starts the rapid barrage of little ranged projectiles, I think they're swords, you can simply use your staff spin to deflect all those and then dodging the final attack. The timing on that one is pretty tricky though. Now while his moveset remains basically the same for the rest of the fight now from 50% down, there is kind of 2 more phases because he will reset his defense bar at 25%. There just won't be a big transition animation like there was at 75 and 50. Now you'll probably need to do a little bit of brawling with him in phase 3, take a little bit of damage here and there. That's fine because we're using Sunset of the 9 Skies drink, which restores a considerable amount of chi for our vessel, and we're going to need to use a few charges just to get it back, so it doesn't really matter if you're taking damage because you're going to be taking a few sips. So once you've gotten about 30 or 40% of his defense bar while you're brawling with him, use the Azure Dust transformation. Now this is the other main tool that you have to help really kill these stance bars, and it's basically the only transformation that he doesn't remove you from for whatever reason, but it's great for us, so just walk at him and use light attacks. His attacks will deflect off you very nicely and he won't be able to really do anything, and you can just repeatedly hit those light attacks, and this will chip away quite nicely at his 3rd defense bar. Now I played phase 1 normally, but if you're struggling with phase 1 or just don't want to deal with it and prefer to cheese as much as you can use the Mirage pills to restore a huge amount of your might, and so you can use him in phase 1 as well and then use it again in phase 3. Same logic also applies to the Septenary Heartfire pill, which resets all your cooldowns. You can use this at whatever point in the fight suits you and suits your playthrough to reset both your transformations as well as your vessel, your Plantain Fan. So as you saw, the final hit from the transformation finished off his defense bar, and now we're going to use Immobilize and we're going to blast him down to 25%. 25%. Again, don't be afraid to trade some damage here. It's important that you blast him down to 25% while you can. Use Cloud Step as I did there if anything particularly spicy comes your way, and then keep chipping away, and as you get him down to 25%, you'll see that his defense bar will reset again. Alright, so we're in the final 25%, and as you can see, the vessel, the plantain fan, is nearly off cooldown. We're going to take 1 or 2 more drinks, and that should be enough to reset it. His combos are very lethal in this phase, so we do need to respect him a little bit. We'll wait this combo out and actually avoid the abilities before we try and just drink mindlessly to use our fan. And then as soon as you've got a safe moment, you're going to take a few drinks just to finish off that reset on the plantain fan. And then again, when you cast the fan, it's going to summon that whirlwind, which is going to completely destroy his entire defense bar. Let the whirlwind do its job while you just follow along. Don't get trigger happy like I did here and blow your immobilize while he still has a defense bar. As you saw, it got removed immediately. And then same as the other 3 phases, as soon as that defense bar is gone, you're hitting him with heavy attacks, as well as any cloud steps or immobilizers that you have and your spirit to finish him off. Now, the exact build that you use honestly isn't too important. Everyone's fight's going to feel a little different, and the important thing is to make the best use that you can with the plantain fan as well.
was just wondering. Here and now. All part of his plan. Green Tiger, kneel before the sacred. Your best tricks, use them. Don't hold back. Return to your true form, ever. Your best tricks, use them. Don't hold back. I was just wondering, is our fight here and now all part of this plan? best tricks. Use them. Don't hold back. ghosts haunt the path of triumph. I'm not him, Telfro. Rush the moon, and winds drive the clouds. Thou of purity, unleash. What do you know? Trust me, I know it more than you do. Survive, or fall soon if you're not. It's time to rest your weary self. teach us best. Will you fall for it again? The world is thunder be my skin, and lightning my heart.
Beletas bosas kaip užpyso, aš negaliu na.
Teach us best. Will you fall for it again? Better to start over. If you can't evade this. I was just wondering, is our fight here and now? To cross life and death, as you know, I am mine. Not him, Telfro. do you? See it?
Bibi dėl, na.
The world is cool.
Thunder, be my skin, and lightning, my heart!
Best tricks. Use them. Don't hold back. I was just wondering, is our fight all part of his plan? Failed to strike true. That isn't futile. Mistakes teach us best. Will you fall for it again? Somehow seems back from now. Let's fight! You will advance before me. Tough fight, O thou of purity! Unleash your might! Even stars shake. My rock! Clouds drift in, barriers above. Soon brings such delight. You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. But he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see where your path diverges from his. Ready to start now. If you can't evade this. From the sky, my sword sweeps the land. It's time to rest your weary self.
Tokį bossą, blėt, iš šikną gali susikišti. What the fuck, na, kokios čia per išsigimėlis, blėt. Bibideo, na.
Survive, or fall soon if you're not. Somehow seeing you stirs memories I thought were long lost.
Was the Azure Dust transformation. There's a bar above his health. When this bar is active, what's the parry or attack his own, which significantly reduces the damage you deal to him. If he parries more than about 3 light attacks in a row, he will often knock you back down with a bit of a counter in one of those mini cutscenes. Now, after phase 1, while that defense bar is active, Immobilize also won't work. He'll just wave it off like he did there. Rock Solid still works, so to speak, but he'll always retaliate with one of these big ground AoE attacks with his axe. With the defense bar active, he will also just sometimes dodge your heavy attacks. So let's have a look. For this, I was using the Gale Guard set just because I think it's a really good all-rounder set. The mythical 4-piece set significantly extends your dodge time, which is just really handy and makes all your dodging a little more forgiving. The Golden set is also a really good option to consider, especially if you're really relying on the Plantain Fan. The 4 set of this will get your Plantain Fan back quicker by doing critical hit. Jingu Bang is just hands down the best option at this stage. If you are struggling and don't have this because you haven't played through chapter 6 yet, I'd recommend doing that just to get this stuff. I'm obviously using the Plantain Fan and non-able Spirit. I talked about those at length. Curios aren't too influential. I'm just using the White Seashell Waste Chain for attack damage, the Prayer Beads for more focus gain, as well as the Cat's Eye Bead, as well as damage at length. Curios aren't too influential. I'm just using the White Seashell Waste Chain for attack damage, the Prayer Beads for more focus gain, as well as the Cat's Eye Beads for crit. Immobilize Tree is useful for when you get that defense bar down, you need to burst him quickly. You don't really need Cloud Step. I just had a few points here just to increase the duration to give us a bit more fudge. And a Pluck of Many in the phases where his defense bar goes down is really useful, although I didn't actually have enough mana to use it. I found the smash stance varied attacks most useful for phase 1 and just in general throughout the fight, and then I've taken quite a few points in foundation. This honestly depends on your playstyle and your preference. The martial tree is probably the least useful here. I always take stamina and then some of the damage passives first. If you're going to double up on your transformation uses, you could put a few points into the transformation skills at the bottom there, but otherwise I just take steadfast. Alright, combo and ability breakdown time. He always starts the fight the same way by doing this ability here where he leaps over you. You should be watching the spear above his head, and when that pulses light for a moment, that's your cue to dodge backwards once. Once he lands next to you, do 2 auto attacks into a second dodge. After this, he'll swing his spear back up and around into a final slash. This can register 2 hits if you're too close, so dodge away initially and then back through him for the second slash. Make sure you're watching for that pulse of light to time your first dodge, and then use those 2 auto attacks to time your second dodge. They're there for a reason, as well as to get a little bit of free damage. Now, his most common spear combo in phase 1 starts like this, where he has the spear backwards on his right hand side. He follows this with 3 slashes, followed by a slam of the hilt, which doesn't actually hit you or do any damage, followed by a final golden somersault slam. The first 3 dodges should be immediately back to back, and then after the third slash, when he slams his hilt into the ground, use either an extra roll away that you don't need, or a single light attack to time your following dodge. In smash stance, this works perfectly. As soon as you see that golden slam of the hilt, do 1 light attack immediately followed by your resolute strike, and you can use Skyfall Strike here as well to avoid all the damage. When he readies the spear on his right hand side but facing forward like this, it's about to be a 5-part attack. He'll do 3 frontal slashes as he moves forward, followed immediately by a quick uppercut, and then a slightly delayed downward slam. I found it most consistent to stay out of the first 2, dodging backwards twice, and then dodge forward into him and back immediately, put a slight delay, and then 1 more dodge into him. I found the double hit on that second slash too annoying. It nearly always caught me, and so just staying back, going backwards for the first 2 was the most consistent. Alright, his third basic combo is when he puts the spear on his left hand side backwards like this, and this is a simple 3-part attack. It'll be 2 slashes, a slight delay, and then the third. There's nothing too complicated with this one. First 2 rolls are back to back, and then a slight delay before the third. Alright, and we've got some ranged attacks. When he takes this stance and his annoying little dog flies off to the top right of the screen, after a short delay he'll throw his spear through you, and then he'll follow it a short moment later. At the other end he'll shoot you with one of his laser beams. For the first dodge, wait until he's nearly done a full little spin in the air and his dog is flying down in front of him, and then he can just run to the side or do a second dodge just a moment later. The final dodge warns you with a very brief flash from his third eye at the top of his head there, and it comes out pretty quickly. Pay attention to the audio cues, they're quite useful for all of these. His other range attack starts with him jumping back with a bit of a slash, and then he'll loose his sword and kick it at you. He'll dash to the side and charge his spear with lightning, and then after a brief delay he'll lunge at you and do a big slash. The first dodge timing is pretty intuitive. I'm just waiting to see his spear come up above his right knee, and then be patient for the second dodge. Don't go too early. Wait until you actually see him start to move towards you and kind of arc out to the right a little bit. When he starts in this low stance with his weapon on his right hand side facing upwards like this, it's a 4-part attack. He will lunge at you and then immediately follow with an uppercut kick. This requires 2 immediate back-to-back dodges. My second one was too slow there. And then once he's in this stance, you need to give it a decent delay before dodging through him once when he does a big impale. And then as his foot glows and he turns fully around to face you again, dodge through him again once. When he charges at you quickly with his weapon in his right hand side like this, it's going to be a 4-part attack. The first 3 are very delayed slashes, followed by the final impale, which is the grab attack that might have gotten you a few times. I use a single light attack after that first dodge just to help time the second one, and then dodge backwards for the third and into him for the fourth, otherwise that dog can hit you sometimes. I didn't get this one very often, but when he starts with a downwards kick like this, he'll do a follow-up kick of the sword, followed by one of these big lightning ground slams. For this one here, which is the same ability that he uses a few times throughout this fight, you need to wait as he does those little spins on the way in, until he gets to this point here where the weapon is behind his head and it starts going all red lightning like this. 1 dodge into him at this point is all you need. The last combo for phase 1 I'll show you is this here, where he comes in and does 2 horizontal side slashes, followed by a little jump into the air and a lightning charged thrust. The first 2 dodges are fairly reactive. For the third, make sure you wait until you see the actual lightning pulse through his spear before dodging. Alright, that's it for phase 1. Let's take a look at phase 2. For this transition, you pretty much want to not move too far forward, and then wait until the head of the axe is moving fully off the top of your screen like this. You want this dodge to be forward and to the left. Once you finish that roll, you want to stand up and immediately jump backwards to the right, basically to finish where you started. If you do it like that, you'll also avoid the impact area as he comes down following it. From here, you can snap straight to him with some light attacks. Alright, now he's got a few axe attacks as well now. When he charges out, you're sliding the axe along the ground in his left hand side. The initial dodge needs to be very delayed, that's quite tricky to get used to, followed by 2 follow-up dodges. Sometimes he'll also go into this sequence here, you just get away from this one, it doesn't do much otherwise. Usually it will be standalone though, like this one, just 3 dodges. Dodging backwards from these will be generally helpful because he does do like an extra little slash in between. When he drags the axe towards you but on his right hand side this time, he's going to do an uppercut as he arrives at you, which you need to dodge, and then he'll do a second slam towards the ground, which will send an icy wave outwards from the point of impact, which you also need to dodge if you don't dodge it in the initial landing. If you get the timing right for that second slam, you don't need to do any follow-up, you can just start hitting him back. But if you dodge backwards too early, like I did here, you can then immediately jump back over the wave. If you do that, it's a good chance to do a light attack into a heavy attack just for some free damage. When he backs away from you and then jumps up into the air and just disappears in a bit of a flash, he's about to reappear right next to you, and as he appears, he's going to nick you with his blade as he does an uppercut. You need to dodge that immediately as he appears, and then a very slow and delayed follow-up dodge into him as he does a big ground slam with that air wave again. When he quickly lunges at you, doing an uppercut on his right hand side with his axe, he'll follow the uppercut with a second horizontal slash, which is pretty easy to dodge, and then at this point he diverges into one of 2 different combos. The first option is a very slow circular slash with a massive axe. As you see in this one, you do need a significant delay before that third slash. And then the other option is that after he does the uppercut into the slash, he'll get his spear back out, do another slash and uppercut into this point here where he hovers in the air with his sword in his right hand.
I was just wondering, is our fight here and now? Years I've waited. Now, let's somehow soon. Survive, or fall soon if you're not. The world is cruel, destiny unfair. Do you see it? Rest your weary self. The world is cruel, destiny unfair. Do you see
Thunder, my skin, and lightning, my heart!
I'm now seeing
Thou of purity! Unleash your might!
I was just wondering, is our fight here and now? Some of his spark.
That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight!
Much closer. Don't fail just yet.
Oh, shit! Stars in the sky! My blade bolts the air and rouses the thunder! Forget your fire. When it's too late! You will not prance before me, daft fire player.
You've lifted my spirits, monkey. when he was dragged to the execution yard. Sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see what diverged from his. Through the air, like a falling star.
And then after a decent play, he'll come slashing down with two little bits of that third slash. And then that airway. When he quickly lunges at you doing an uppercut on his right hand side with his axe, he'll follow the uppercut with a second horizontal slash, which is pretty easy to dodge, and then at this point he diverges into one of two different combos. The first option is a very slow circular slash with a massive axe. As you see in this one, you do need a significant delay before that third slash. And then the other option is that after he does the uppercut into the slash, he'll get his spear back out and do another slash and uppercut into this point here where he hovers in the air with his sword in his right hand. And then after a decent delay, he'll come slashing down with two little bits that fly in from the side, and you need to dodge once through him after a decent delay. He also shares this same start with phase 1 where he'll dash at you with a double uppercut, but this time he'll transition into that same stance we just saw where he's in the air with the sword up in his right hand, and it's the same as we just saw. After a small delay, one dodge, forward or back. This time though, he'll jump back and then do a final thrust with a little thing that comes out, so you need to dodge sideways. When he takes this low stance and crosses his sword and spear, he's about to do a 5-part combo. He'll slash at you twice with both weapons while he moves forwards. He'll then leap at you with his spear, do a little aerial thrust with his sword, and finally a horizontal slash with both weapons again. I found the best way to deal with this was to just dodge backwards for his first two slashes, and then go straight into one auto attack and a resolute strike as he leaps at you with his spear. You can follow the resolute strike with the skyfall strike, and this will effectively interrupt him and you avoid the rest of the combo, which is pretty nasty.
Me and my dad see the world completely differently, but somehow or the other we've ended up doing a podcast.
When he turns on the spot and then does a big leap towards you with his spear kind of arcing around on his left hand side, this is a 4-part combo. He'll do the initial slash with the spear as he arrives at you, followed by a little aerial sword thrust. He then does a bit of a leg sweep thing, followed by a final horizontal slash. The easiest way I started dodging this was simply to add a light attack in between every dodge. If you don't leave any delays between your dodges and light attacks, this will work perfectly. He has another leaping slash that looks exactly the same. He just didn't do the little turn on the spot first, but that's kind of hard to notice. So you do usually have to react to this. After he slashes, a bunch of swords will shoot down in an area around him. He'll then climb up into the air a few times before doing a big red lightning charged ground slam, and the swords will all shoot back down, but you can use staff spin here to avoid that second bit of damage. Now when he takes this low stance and a cloud of snow puffs up around, staff spin here, big red lightning charged ground slam, and he'll then climb up into the air a few times before doing a big red lightning charged ground slam, and the swords will all shoot back down, but you can use staff spin here to avoid that second bit of damage. Now when he takes this low stance and a cloud of snow puffs up around him, he's about to disappear in a bit of a flash again, and then he'll reappear right above you with a bit of a lightning bolt charging his sword, doing a downward slash. Dodge back for the initial slam, and then you need to do 2 more dodges as he does slashes, and then a third and final slam again with lightning. Now Resolute Strike is coming through again in the smash stance. The second you see him appear above you, you want to do 1 light attack into immediately your Resolute Strike. This is by far the best and most consistent way to dodge this. The 2 follow-up slashes and third slam are quite annoying, and this completely avoids them by using the follow-up Skyfall Strike, which interrupts the rest of the combo. He can very rarely do this series of horizontal slashes that he does here. He'll do 2 slashes, an overhead slam, finishing with a little impaling thrust. Instead of the impaling thrust, he can also finish this with a double I-beam attack. I think I literally only saw this once, but if you do come across it, here it is. He jumps up and does 1 beam from the air, and then he'll come down onto the ground into a bit of a squat and do another one. He's also got a new basic ranged attack where he just floats up into the air, and then after a short animation, he shoots his sword at you super fast. For this, you're basically watching for this animation here, just waiting, and then the second you see this flash at the eye, you dodge once. Alright, so for the transition, you're basically just counting beams, and we want to dodge the 4th and 6th. Don't move too fast. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4, so we dodge here backwards, that's 5, and that's 6. This one's much slower, so we want to dodge in a moment. There it is. So once those beams are finished, they're going to fly off to the side here, and they're going to shoot heaps of swords at you. As soon as those start, you just want to start staff spinning, and those absorb all of those, and then dodge through once as soon as that finishes. To time this one, you're basically waiting for that really bright web of lightning in the middle there, and then dodging once after that. Now his abilities in phase 3 are largely the same as in phase 2. A few of them are kind of merged with each other, but otherwise they're largely the same. This is one of his new abilities. He does something similar to what he just did in the transition, where he'll shoot you for a while, you want to staff spin those, and then after you see that bright web of red lightning, you want to dodge once. He does have a few combos where the sword comes out and flies around by itself. It kind of acts as the dog did in phase 1 and 2. And as you see here, that's a new combo, but it's kind of the first half of one of the spear combos from phase 2, combined with the phase 1 combo that ends with that golden hilt smash. At some point in phase 3, he's going to do this one at least once, where he rides the big spear back and forwards across the room. You want to dodge those once each way, and then after the second one, he's going to fly up into the air and he's going to shoot 4 sequential laser beams at you. And then he'll finish with one of those big red lightning slams that we've seen before as well. So that's it, everyone. Much longer than I intended today, but it is a very tough boss with a lot of things going on. So hopefully at least some of you
No more stories. Step forward, or you shall never hold again. Then to start over. If you can't evade this. I was just wondering, is that a fight? Thou of purity!
Unleash your might!
Va, šitoj vietoj dėdė jau, blėt, sunku bus, na.
You do have some of his spark.
That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! When it's too late. Thunder in my skin and lightning in my heart. Craft cloaked in crude, bright truths in shade, fair fused with foul, small counters grand. Gale Swift and Shadow Step. Ready to start over. If you can't evade this, you've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see where your power diverges from his. From the sky, my sword sweeps the land. Kingdom Fall. Think of it as last life's end. What comes hereafter, this life's start. Young monkey, show me how far you can go! I'm not him, Telfro.
Ta prasme, čia pizda, kokio sunkumo bosas, na, aš bibidėjau, ble. What the fuck, na.
burning my skin, and lightning my heart! I was just wondering, is our fight here and now all part of the plan? Survive, or fall soon if you're not. The world is cool, destiny unfair. Do seal. Have some of the spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! My sword spans the nine sky, swifter than shooting stars. You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see what diverge from his. So much for the bear's gift of immortality. Power of purity! Unleash your might! King before, think of it as last life's end. What comes hereafter, this life's start. Young monkey, now show me how far you can go! I'm not him, after all.
Hey everyone, welcome back. So after this is different, that is different. He doesn't do something you mentioned. So I've actually added 2 clips like my previous video to prove that this is the most easiest method. I've actually added 2 clips of myself defeating the boss, where one is like very straightforward using this method and the other one is where I mess up a lot of things with a lot of flaws, but still I've managed to beat him. These are just
Hey guys, this is the mode. I'll show my build and skills required for this. As soon as you start the fight, start using your wind tamer. Just hit the wind tamer and wait for it to take his shield out. Yeah, as soon as he reaches wood and uses staff, and you can hit him with a heavy attack, and that's phase 1 done. If he doesn't go into phase 2, you can hit him a couple of times and you can see he goes into phase 2 immediately. So as you can see, we just got like 1 hit, and we can also avoid it every time it does a shockwave. So immediately after that, as you can see, you can attacks pretty easily and do a jump because it does a shockwave. So immediately after that, as you can see, your wind tamer is ready and you can use it again.
won't hold back from now. Let's fight! My sword spans the nine sky, swifter than shooting stars! When it's too late! Craft coat and crew, bright truth and shade, fair fused with foul, small counters grand! Better to start with. If you can't evade this, somehow seem I thought were long lost. So much for the bear's gift of immortality. Stars rush the moon, and winds drive the clouds! Years I can make. Now, let's... That's good. Good. To rest your weary self.
Mine eyes doth see the dell from the confines of my It retains the energy of both this world and beyond. No shame in taking the pills. More unfair are the innate skills.
It's the highest court. You have a sharp sight, young friend.
Remember, young friend, a sip makes one tipsy, many sips make you hammered. Dewdrops, honey. brew sheep curd. Tipple, I drink all there is.
Armor and arms. Just ask and they're yours. This prying gear. There's no faults I can find. Now you seem a proper sort.
Self-refinement is the way to make golden. Were it not for you, brave one, I wouldn't pursue this profitless deal. Uncover the secrets of sky and earth, and thou shalt have pills. Come to me any time if you need more pills. Many are bent on seeking shortcuts.
Some of the spark.
I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! Mistakes teach us best. When you fall, for it again! How sluggish a destiny burdens me. My sword spans the nine sky, swifter than shooting stars! Stars in the sky, my blade bolts the air and rouses the thunder. When you're ready, it's too late. Sunstone bears gift of immortality. You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see where your path diverges from his. Follow my commands! Thou of purity! Unleash your might! From the sky, my sword sweeps the land!
Not him, doubtful. Some of his spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! When it's too late! Frenzy start. If you can't evade this, even the stars in my wrath. Oh shit! Stars in the sky. My blade bolts the air and rouses the thunder. I was just wondering. You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see a path diverging from his. Gale Swift and Shadow Step. So much for bear's gift of immortality. Those in celestial ranks, many of them are below me, and few are like me. Back when he was around, he was the one rival I relished. from the sky! My sword sweeps the land! Trust me, I know what you want. Survive, or fall soon if you're not.
back from now. Let's fight! Better to start over. If you can't evade this, I'll trade. Stay. When you're not, it's too late! Thou of purity! Unleash your might! You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see where your path diverges from his. Well, knows every stir of your mind. Trust me, I know it more.
Have some of his spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! Gale Swift and Shadow Step. Thou of purity! Unleash your might! I'll trade. Ordeal. Trust me, I know it more. Some of the spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! The mountains bury the sun. It's time to rest your weary self. Somehow have some of the spark, young man. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! are not him, Telfro. Somehow seeing you stirs memories I thought were long lost. The world is cruel and destiny unfair. Do you see it now? I'm not him, Telfro.
Right away, and as you can see, all our 4 take his shield out. As soon as he reaches 10%, she'll start hitting him, and immediately use your wandering right. After that, immediately use immobilize, then just hit forward and use your staff spin. Just hold forward and staff spin so that you will gain the speed. And as you can see, all our 4 focus points are reloaded, and you can hit him with a heavy attack, and that's phase 1 done. If he doesn't go into phase 2, you can hit him a couple of times, and you can see he goes into phase 2 immediately. So as you can see, we just got like 1 hit, and we can also avoid it if we time it perfectly. So you can dodge this once with attacks pretty easily, and do a jump because it does a shockwave. So immediately after that, as you can see, your wind tamer is ready, and you can use it again right away. So if it's not ready, you can just hit him a couple of times and it will be ready. And same strategy, we wait till the shield goes to 10% and we start hitting him. And again the wandering wait, and right away immobilize, and we hit forward and the staff spin. Only if you hold forward, the speed of the staff spin goes really high, and as you can see, all our 4 focus points are ready again, and we can hit him with a heavy.
do have some of his spark.
That's it.
I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! It's time to rest your weary self. have some of the spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! So much even stars in my rock. Clouds disown, barriers abound. See what did I know? When you know, it's too late. The world is cruel, destiny unfair. You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see what path diverges from his. From the sky, my sword sweeps the land! You will not prance before me. Tough fight. In my training days, my master told me a gate without hinges can't be forced, and a cord without seams can't be undone. And now I see clearly, prison confinement is of our own device! Gale Swift and Shadow Step! My skin and lighten my heart! So true bears a gift of immortality. The world knows every stir of your mind. I'm not him. Tell
fell through.
Required for this fight in the end of the video, so keep watching. So yeah, as soon as you start the fight, start using your wind tamer. Just hit the wind tamer and wait for it to take his shield out. Yeah, as soon as he reaches 10% shield, start hitting him and immediately use your wandering bright. After that, immediately use immobilize, then just hit forward and use your staff spin. Just hold forward and staff spin so that you will gain the speed. And as you can see, all our 4 focus points are reloaded, and you can hit him with a heavy attack, and that's phase 1 done. If he doesn't go into phase 2, you can hit him a couple of times, and you can see he goes into phase 2 immediately. So as you can see, we just got like 1 hit, and we can also avoid it every time we do it. So you can dodge this once with the attacks pretty easily and do a jump because it does a shockwave. So immediately after that, as you can see, your wind tamer is ready and you can use it again right away. So if it's not ready, you can just hit him a couple of times and it will be ready. And same strategy, we wait till the shield goes to 10% and we start hitting him. And again the wandering wait, and right away immobilize, and we hit forward and the staff spin. Only if you hold forward, the speed of the staff spin goes really high, and as you can see, all our 4 focus points are ready again, and we can hit him with a heavy attack. And there he'll go into phase 3. You can just simply dodge all of his attacks very easily. Even if you get hit once or twice there, no problem, because you have your full guard and you can simply heal right there. And you can use cloud step here to avoid this very heavy attack from him. So when it comes down, you can just simply use a wind tamer again. As you can see, it's the same strategy. Wind tamer, you hit him a couple of times and wandering right, and after that immediately immobilize and hold forward and staff spin. Simple. So that both your wind tamer and your spirit gets reloaded, and again all your 4 focus points are ready, and you can hit him with a heavy attack. As you can see, he's almost done right there, and even if he gets shield again, you can just hit him a couple of times. I don't know why I used my spirit there, that is not necessary. So you can just simply use your wind tamer again once he comes down, and the same thing, wind tamer, couple of hits, wandering right, immobilize and staff spin, and 4 focus points and hit him with it. That's it. Very simple. Whenever he hits you with his random attacks, always keep your cloud step ready, and if you're not confident enough, you can just simply use cloud step like me right there. So after that, you can again use your wind tamer, and it's the same process. The reason why I don't hit him in between, because while his shield is still active, if you start hitting him, he starts attacking you back. So his shield won't, go to 0. So you should wait till his shield is like 10% or something, and then you can start hitting him. Never interrupt while his shield is going down and while your wind tamer is active. Right. After that, immediately use immobilize. Then just hit forward and use a staff spin. Just hold forward and staff spin so that you will gain the speed. And as you can see, all our 4 focus points are reloaded, and you can hit him with a heavy attack, and that's phase 1 done. If he doesn't go into phase 2, you can hit him a couple of times, and you can see he goes into phase 2 immediately. So as you can see, we just got like 1 hit. And
Some of his spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! Not him, Telfro. have some of his spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! Gale Swift and Shadow Step. Sow of purity. Unleash your might. My sword spans the night sky. Quicker than shooting stars. Oh shit! The stars in the sky. My blade bolts the air and rouses the thunder! Survive! Or fall soon if you're not. You made it this far. Now, show me what you're truly made of. I was just wondering, is our fight here and now all part of his plan? You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dull, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he lived unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see your path diverges from his. You will not march before me. But I'll survive. From the sky, my sword sweeps the land. Trust me, I know it.
Previously you used to just stand there waiting. Just use a stab spin, push. His shield breaks, waiting pin how pan again, and you use it again. And again he'll go into the final phase.
Coffee when you need a quick pick-me-up? Or coffee when you need a long sit-me-down? Everything coffee.
If the same, he doesn't do the same attacks, or he doesn't do something you mentioned, so I'm here to answer each and every question now. So like my previous video, to prove that this is the most easiest method, I've actually added 2 clips of my something you mentioned, so I'm here to answer each and every question now. So like my previous video.
G'day everyone. Erlang is known to be one of the hardest bosses in the game, and he's definitely a challenge. We're a few weeks into the game now, and there's a few known ways to make him easier, and I'll go over those, but I think it's one of those fights where everyone's experience will be a little different, and everyone's going to struggle on slightly different things. So while we watch my kill video, I'll explain the boss's core mechanics, and I'll go over some general tips to arm you with as much information as you can to hopefully help you all get this boss down. I'll then go through my normal combo and ability breakdown in detail, because I know defense bar which attacks if he's not in the middle of his own combo, which significantly reduces the damage you deal to him. If he parries more than about 3 light attacks in a row, while that defense bar is active, Immobilize will always retaliate with one of these, or just sometimes dodge your heavy attacks. Although quick 4-point thrust stance heavy attacks can be used during his combos and he won't be able to dodge them. And if that wasn't enough, pretty much all the transformations you have will be deactivated. What do we do about it though? Well, heavy attack, you can also get into that do big. As you see here, after 3 light attacks, non-able will do 3 punch. My recommendation: any spirits that do big stance damage will also go through it. Things like your Wandering Wight or your Earth Wolf. My recommendation is non-able. As you see here, after 3 light attacks, non-able will do 3 punches that do shockwaves and will take out a significant amount of that bar. Now once that bar breaks, you have 30 seconds or until the next phase to deal as much damage as you can. As you can see, he gets staggered quite a bit easier and a lot of your attacks will interrupt him. This is a great time to use Immobilize and heavy attacks if you need the damage, but mine will be overkill right now because he's about to transition at 75% health. So at 75%, like he's doing now, he's going to fly off up into the air and he's going to come flying back down with a huge axe. I'll show it again later in the combo breakdown, but basically you dodge to the left and forward and then you jump backwards to the right over that wave. Now if you're using non-able, this is a great spot to get a 4 light attack non-able in. 4 light attacks non-able and then get your finishing 5th in as well for a lot of decent damage. As soon as you finish that, you can use Cloud Step and go into casting your vessel from invisibility. Now the single biggest tool that you have to kill that defense bar is the Plantain Fan Vessel. In just a few seconds, as you see here, it will completely kill the entire defense bar. As soon as that's down, you want to use your heavy attacks and your Immobilize and spamming with your spirit to do as much damage as you can, and you want to basically burn him down to 50% in this small window. You can afford to be a little reckless here, and you should, because you've only got a small window to really burn him down quickly while your attacks are staggering him quite a bit. By doing this, you can basically skip the entirety of phase 2, going straight from 75% to 50% where he transitions into phase 3. When he flies off and does all these big light beams, this is the transition into phase 3. Again, I'll show you how to dodge this in my combo breakdown later. Basically though, don't move from where you start, and you need to dodge the 4th and the 6th beam. A single dodge input will suffice for each. And then when he starts the rapid barrage of little ranged projectiles, I think they're swords, you can simply use your staff spin to deflect all those and then dodging the final attack. The timing on that one is pretty tricky though. Now while his moveset remains basically the same for the rest of the fight now from 50% down, there is kind of 2 more phases because he will reset his defense bar at 25%. There just won't be a big transition animation like there was at 75 and 50. Now you'll probably need to do a little bit of brawling with him in phase 3, take a little bit of damage here and there, that's fine because we're using Sunset of the 9 Skies drink, which restores a considerable amount of chi for our vessel, and we're going to need to use a few charges just to get it back, so it doesn't really matter if you're taking damage because you're going to be taking a few sips. So once you've gotten about 30 or 40% of his defense bar while you're brawling with him, use the Azure Dust transformation. Now this is the other main tool that you have to help really kill these stance bars, and it's basically the only transformation that he doesn't remove you from for whatever reason, but it's great for us, so just walk at him and use light attacks. His attacks will deflect off you very nicely and he won't be able to really do anything, and you can just repeatedly hit those light attacks, and this will chip away quite nicely at his 3rd defense bar. Now I played phase 1 normally, but if you're struggling with phase 1 or just don't want to deal with it and prefer to cheese as much as you can use the Mirage Pills to restore a huge amount of your might, and so you can use him in phase 1 as well and then use it again in phase 3. Same logic also applies to the Septenary Heartfire Pill, which resets all your cooldowns. You can use this at whatever point in the fight suits you and suits your playthrough to reset both your transformations as well as your vessel, your Plantain Fan. So as you saw, the final hit from the transformation finished off his defense bar, and now we're going to use Immobilize and we're going to blast him down to 25%. Again, don't be afraid to trade some damage here. It's important that you blast him down to 25% while you can. Use Cloud Step as I did there if anything particularly spicy comes your way, and then keep chipping away, and as you get him down to 25%, you'll see that his defense bar will reset again. Alright, so we're in the final 25%, and as you can see, the vessel, the Plantain Fan, is nearly off cooldown. We're going to take 1 or 2 more drinks, and that should be enough to reset it. His combos are very lethal in this phase, so we do need to respect him a little bit. We'll wait this combo out and actually avoid the abilities before we try and just drink mindlessly to use our fan. And then as soon as you've got a safe moment, you're going to take a few drinks just to finish off that reset on the Plantain Fan, and then again, when you cast the fan,
some of his spark.
That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! Much closer. Don't fail just yet.
Oh shit! Stars in the sky! My blade bolts the air and rouses the thunder! It's time to rest your weary self. Some of his spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! Your inherited gift alone. Pretend to be true. Across life and death, as you see, I must. Somehow seeing you, distant memories I thought were long lost. Gale Swift and Shadow Step. I was just wondering, is our fate here? So many ghosts. Want the path of triumph. No more spells. Step forward. We shall never undo him. lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see you and divert from his. Through the air, like a falling star. The great sage, just a young tiger. None of the dead turn the world upside down. Time to rest your weary self. Not him. Tell from Thou of purity. Unleash the fight. The world is cruel. Destiny. Have some of this spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! skinned, and lightning my heart. My sword spans the nine sky, swifter than shooting stars. Some failed to strike true as I was just wondering, is that a fight? You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see where your path diverted from his. Trust me, I know it more than you do. Some of his spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! I'll train in his stead. Bright truth and shade, fair fused with foul, small counters grand. Destiny is made, not dictated. I know it more than you do. some of the spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! Gale Swift and Shadow Step. Much closer. Don't fail just yet. My sword spans the nine sky, swifter than shooting stars. Craft and crude. Bright truth and shade, fair fused with foul, small counters grand. You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see you in power, diverted from his. Like a falling star! Your destiny brought you here. But strike without mercy. It came before. Think of it as last life's end. What comes hereafter, this life's start. Young monkey, now show me how far you can go! Thunder in my skin, and lightning in my heart! No more space. Years I live. Now, let's have it! The world knows every stir of your mind. The great sage. Today's clash didn't satisfy my spirit. Go back with me to the sky. Let us get drunk before we continue this fight. None has what it takes to push me into this fight. This monkey. I've been thinking of you every day since.
Such power must be new to you. You should first spar with them a while. shall see!
always were down my edge. This one should suit you well. Just like him, yet far more frail. A monkey of worth indeed! As I've helped you. Born for broad, just like him, yet far more frail.
I hear tell this Yaogwai is I rank 1,000-fold above that king. As his sire he reveres me, and like a deity he serves me. How dare you think I'm his slave? Kindly chant the loosening spell and release that, Tathagata, so that you can take back my headland. Only I can be free. The court of the Yaogwai. That Yaogwai said he knew me somewhat. Surely he's no mere mortal. He must be somebody from the court. Great. The journey ends here. The eyes wide to bring them down. Watch me rip it off. Break free!
The win is his. My brothers tested you at my behest. All for this day. And only now do I understand that fight. No prestige can shackle him. No band can keep him caged. A mortal death for an unbound mind and will. May you not fail him. I'm now at peace. Your journey, has just begun.
What's to come of Destiny if he steps out of that mural?
I will back down.
Hurry! If you ask me, this rock must be the stone egg which holds Wukong. You're here. We're here.
Step aboard.
Hey, old monkey. I hope this isn't a one-way trip, is it?
Isn't all life a one-way trip? Once you embark on the journey, there's no turning back.
What is this place?
His memories. Since his early days, he'd had an eye for the finer things, and a will to wrest them from others. Laying his eyes on, then craving to seize their riches. No better than the black bear and ginger, I say.
You can't have an eye for the finer things, while the Buddha oversees the three realms? Well, I hardly think that's fair.
How insatiable. Not content with his kingdom and title below, he asked for a position in the celestial court. But soon after his wish was granted, his joy turned to rage, all because he wasn't invited to a feast. He nearly ruined the entire celestial palace. Years fume at unfavorable news. As untamed and ungrateful as that yellow rat. Beasts are beasts, don't you think?
He was young. He didn't know any better. Hadn't learned from the Buddha or our master yet. Aren't you being a bit harsh? Dredging up the scandals from his youth?
Like his adulthood was any better. Since his release, he had claimed to have learned manners and discipline. Yet his weak Frankenchurch gave him away. Posing as an idol, he degraded the gods. Clear was his defiance of the doctrines he had learned.
Well, he was just being naughty. Aren't all great achievers somewhat self-obsessed? Myself included.
Nose in the air, feeling above others. I say he was no less insolent than that yellow-browed brat.
Wait, isn't it that lady of some sort? It was her tricks that made Master drive Wukong away.
On White Tiger Ridge, he forsook his love. 3 times he broke her into pieces, convincing himself his heart would ache no more. Yet, as you must know, he had never let go of her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so eager to get away from the Buddhahood he attained. Those who talk much of love will one day bite their tongues. On this matter, he was akin to you and your many darlings.
No matter where you are, you'd always fall captive to the web of mortal desire.
Why bring me into this? True, I don't have the wits to break the web, but he had torn his way out since that day.
Take a look, Badger. Can you see? Many of your good friends are here.
We're just fair-weather friends, that's all.
But they are still friends, aren't they?
So you say, so it must be. These old buddies. I think none of them ended up well.
Indeed. For ages, countless gifted souls have walked this earth. Yet of them, how few have forged everlasting greatness? Do you know why?
Injustice?
Never has it been just.
Misfortune?
Fortune is simply humility in the mighty.
Well, mayhaps they simply lacked my charm.
Gifted they may be, yet strive they not. Content with little and lost in lust. Seek the ease, yet crave the renown. They yearn for freedom, yet aspire to Buddhahood. They always want both, yet nobody can and nobody should. Such was the folly of the Bull King and Wukong. Destiny's favor calls for the resolution to sever all desires. You should mark well these words.
Hold on. This can't be Wukong's memory. You're fooling us, aren't you?
5 of the 6 relics call for one. Badger, tell me which.
Eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. Mind, it's mind.
What did you just see?
The 3 of us?
That was the last one.
Oh, I see now. It was you. I knew it from the beginning. You were the mind of Wukong all along. That's why you led us here.
Not me. It's him.
Don't make me laugh. Him? He is Wukong.
Yes and no.
Cut to the chase, will you? We didn't come this far for your riddles.
After Wukong died, 5 of his 6 senses endured and were taken by the Wğī kings. Only his mind was lost. Mind is the first of the 6. It's the essence unique to every life. Therefore, it's destined to fade away at life's end.
Hold on. You mean Wukong's gone for good? Never to return? You old bastard! You've been lying to us all this time!
That Wukong you knew will never return. But what made him remains. The universe will always bear him a successor. One who shall carry on his name and nature. This chosen successor is the destined one. Nameless you were, yet perils and mighty foes you've braved to recover his relics. Your will now stands resolute, worthy of his power.
You mean this boy is to take Wukong's name? He's not!
Sun Wukong is long gone! But deep down, you know he wasn't all that perfect. Now that he is dead, this one perhaps shall bear the name in his stead. Here, we can venture forth with you no further. This task is yours alone. Sun Wukong left behind a broken shell, stripped of all his 6 senses. Though ages have passed, it maintains a connection attuned to the echoes of his former self. If you truly are the one destined, you must cast aside his soulless shell and merge the 6 into one. Then, you shall be the one to begin the journey anew.
No, not on his own. He's just a kid who knows nothing. I'll go with him.
This place is shaped by Wukong's lingering obsession. It allows only his relic bearer to face the final ordeal. We can escort him no more. See it for yourself.
Hear me, son! You can always run! You don't have to bear Wukong's name!
Okay guys, at a default goes to earn 4 to beat Erlang and also have all 5 pieces of armor from Wukong. That is gonna be giving you the Wukong stance, you're gonna be having literally have it, and that's quite literally going to be the phase 1. And phase 2, which is basically the problem. Now this always starts the same way. He backs up over there and transitions into that far-reaching attack every single time. You need to get this right. The first attack, you jump, and then you very my sleeve right here at the beginning, because I shouldn't have used the dishing out massive damage. Now remember, you have to beat Erlang and also have all 5 pieces of armor from Wukong. That is going to be giving you the Wukong stance. You're going to be having 4 focus points. Now what you're going to be doing is quite literally rinse and repeat. You're going to be running about, charging this up every time, letting him have it, and that's quite literally going to be the phase 1. And phase 2, which is basically the problem. Now this always starts the same way. He backs up over there and transitions into that far-reaching attack every single time. You need to get this right. The first attack, you jump and then you give it half of a second, not whole second, do not button mash, just half of a second and you dodge again. And then he is pretty much open. Now I am using a flawed, very flawed footage because I want to show you just how awesome this is, you know, and how it actually works. I gave away a big ace up my sleeve right here at the beginning because I shouldn't have used the fan. I should have kept the fan. I should have just used the stone monkey. Now, when it comes to the stone monkey, do not try to charge up focus points. Just don't do that because that actually depletes the transformation sooner. What you're gonna be doing is dodging away and also then just pressing the triangle for this distance closing attack. And what you wanna do at the beginning of this boss fight is make him engage with his own ring of fire. You do not want to use your pluck of many before he does this move. Otherwise, it's basically a waste of time. And the timing of your pluck of many is going to be everything. Now I fully recommend, I cannot stress this enough, that you only use the pluck of many once you have him against the edges of the arena. Now I like to immobilize him first, follow that up with a hit from the Wandering Wğy for that incredible damage, and then call in the posse. Now once the posse is there on the field, you need to be careful not to hit him when he is in rock solid, because that is a big risk for this whole thing. It's gonna be engaging in that very long animation and your posse is still gonna be there with the timer wasting away. Now this is what I mean. Use it at the edges of the arena, doesn't matter where. After this update, he just sits there, stands there, lets them pummel him. Now, obviously, you're gonna be hitting him with everything you got. Remember, you have your focus points probably charged at this point, and whatever attack, new attack, old attack, it doesn't matter. Keep in mind, you have the Cloud Step, which is an incredible get-out-of-jail-free card for whichever attack is giving you the most trouble. Now, this is why we have a lot, and I do mean a lot of mana, because we are going to be relying on Immobilize and Cloud Step to also wait out the recharging time of the fan and also, again, the Wandering Wğy. If you have to heal, heal during the Cloud Step, or if you do heal, always button mash the dodging button. Otherwise, he might be hitting you with that Immobilize, stealing your gourd and healing himself, and you really do not want that. Guys, I'm sorry about that. I say again, you don't have to be scared of this guy. You got this.
Ball in my core, high step as a layer. My life like a movie, just keep moving, it's a trailer.
You must have heard tales about him. Some say he helped Tung Monk fetch the scriptures, was granted Buddhahood, and stayed on Mount Lingshan thereafter. Some say it was not him who was granted Buddhahood. The real him was already dead on the journey to the west. Some say that the journey never happened. He is nothing but a monkey who lives in some storyteller's tall tale. But now, you will hear a tale which no one has ever known.
What does it matter if you become a Buddha? That headband has always been on your head.
Keep those eyes wide open. Watch me rip it off and break free.
Soon, Wukong. When you defied the Celestial Court, I had to seal you beneath the mountains with my immense power. Yet, after enduring punishment, you embraced the dark, uplifted good against evil, and subdued Yaoguais throughout the journey. For your contribution, I now bestow upon you the title of Victorious Fighting.